Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland. So I was trying to say my name and I kept coughing. Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Today's Wednesday, the 8th of April 2026. It is 6:32 in the evening, and I've been in a bad mood today. Funny enough, I've had a little relaxation, sitting on my settee, reclined, listening to the best of Aretha Franklin. And it seems to have done the trick. It seems to have uplifted me a little bit. I'm just a moody old git sometimes. There you go. Can't be bothered to go through all the introduction. So I got two websites, one store, one just jasonnewland.com, jasonnewland.store. One's on podcasts, one's you can download my stuff from for free. I've got a YouTube channel and I've got a Facebook group called Jason Newland's Boring Group, which hasn't had any new members for aggies and aggies. And there's this whole thing going on. My stats are all tipsy-turvy, upside down, around, inside out. And I can't figure out what's going on. It looks really good from the outside, but at the same time, there's no logic to some of it. Now, for one thing, the stats on my UK podcast listeners, that was a bit salivary, wasn't it? Listeners has gone down. Well, today anyway, it's really low. According to my podcast, I've had nearly 800 listens or downloads to my podcasts so far, and only 18 of those are from the UK. I think it's got to be like over a decade since I had that such a small amount of UK listeners, maybe 15 years. So that's very strange. It wasn't the same yesterday, so maybe it's just a one day thing. Maybe it's because of the weather. It's been so lovely. People have been out and perhaps haven't had time to listen to my voice. Yesterday I did start recording, and Vinny kept barking. I kept hearing people in the garden, and I lost my mojo halfway through. So I had about 25 minutes in, and then I just nope, and that was it. So that was yesterday afternoon. It might actually have been about this time, because I went to bed at 7:30. And then Vinny woke me up about 11, 12 or something, sitting on me, waking me up, like, licking my face, and I just didn't know why. And there was an ambulance outside. And because I went to bed so early, I tried to go back to sleep, and I just wasn't really tired, to be fair. And he wouldn't let me sleep. He just kept playing and wanting to be fed. And I found out why just now, because there was an ambulance outside. I didn't know who it was for, and having ambulances outside this building is not a unusual procedure. It happens probably at least once a month. But it was my neighbour downstairs I just discovered. So that's why he was so awake and grabbed my attention, because he absolutely adores her. See, he must have heard what was going on downstairs, because they've got good hearing, haven't they? Which makes me wonder how he manages to scream so loudly when he's excited. I don't get that. How can he bark so loudly when his hearing is so good? And how is he able to, if dogs really do have the smell, the sensitivity of smell, hundreds of times more than humans, how can he smell poo and not be like, ugh? So I guess it just shows maybe the stronger the smell is, the different the smell is, maybe. And the better the hearing is, the different the sound sounds. I was trying to think how to say sounds without saying sound twice. The sound. What's another word for sound? I mean, there's the description of the sound, the bark, the shout, the scream, the sing, the whistle, no, sound. I'm stuck with sound. Huh. So yeah, that's what happened there. So I've been a little bit tired during the day, and I know I'm too honest, but I put some weight on, right? I'm now 16, I'm getting on to 16.5 stone. And so I'm now wearing, like today I went out in a t-shirt and a shirt rather than a jacket or a jumper, because it's been nice weather. And it wasn't so bad, because, you know, I was at 16 stone for years and years and years and years, and then I lost 1.5 stone a couple of years back, or 1.5 years ago, on purpose. You know, I cut out sugar and stuff. But I didn't have a door camera back then. And as I walk up the stairs, all you can see is my belly. Walking up the stairs, it's like my belly's got legs. Walking up the stairs, and you can't even see my head until I get to the top of the stairs. So it's literally like I've got I'm a walking belly. And I don't know, for some reason it didn't fill me full of gladness. Oh. So yeah, I've gone back to being uncomfortable in the summer again. And the last couple of years I've been fairly okay, because I did lose some weight. I mean, this time last year I was at least 1 stone lighter. And I had put weight back on, because I got down to 14.5 stone. Last summer I was over 15, maybe 15.25, when I was going back and forward to the hospital with Uncle Sausages, or to see Uncle Sausages. And I was wearing a shirt, and the shirt, I never got rid of the belly. Like, the belly's there. It just, if I'm being honest, I had more success of holding it in than I do now. I think it'd be the difference, right, between doing a magic trick with a dove, practicing with a dove, yeah, and then when you get on stage, deciding to use an emo or an emu, like different sized bird. It's a little bit harder to hide that up your sleeve. You know what I mean? It's nothing like that, but I'm trying to just give you an analogy of, it's a little bit different now. I mean, last year I was in Sainsbury's, because I had to go past there to go home on the bus from the hospital. So I went in there and I got some bits of food and stuff, and a female came up to me and just stood in front of me. I said, "Excuse me." I said, "Yeah." I really didn't know what to make of that. I understood what "excuse me" meant, but I didn't actually. I didn't know what she meant by "excuse me" because there was plenty of room to get around me. There wouldn't be now, but there was then. And I'd have trouble getting through the aisles now without knocking everything off. People would be shouting, "Don't turn sideways, don't turn sideways." And I just what would you, I didn't know what to say to her because she just stopped and stared at me. Now, it wasn't for as long as it seems to feel. It wasn't as long as it takes me to tell you this story. So it's very short. She wasn't staring, but she looked at me. So I looked back at her. She said, "Oh, sorry to disturb you." I said, "Okay." She said, "I just wanted to say that I really like your shirt." That's when I didn't know what to say. But what do you mean you like my shirt? I didn't say that to her. I was like, "Oh, thank you." But I didn't know what to say. Now, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, that would have been an opener to a conversation. That I would have, had a conversation with her. You know, almost like she started a conversation and I just said, "Oh, thanks," and just carried on walking. Now, 30 years ago, I'd probably be married to her now. I wouldn't be. I don't know why I said that. But I would have kind of is she telling me that because she likes me? Or because you know, it did happen sometimes. Might be hard to believe, but it did. I've had humans like me in the past. I don't care what you think, it's true. And I didn't know what to say. I just said, "Thank you." And it was a little bit awkward. And she didn't mention the fact I was wearing no trousers. Is that a thing? Do you think that's why people have stopped listening to me in the UK? Because I keep talking about not having any trousers on. Wow. Well, if people are that fickle, come on. It's a joke, isn't it? I mean, I don't always walk around with no trousers on. Probably only about, I'd say 10% of my stories about me not wearing trousers in public are false. So, but that was really weird. But I don't imagine now with my big fluffy belly. I need a wheelbarrow just to carry my belly around with me. And I don't think the shirt that I was wearing on that day would actually go over. I don't think it would even cover my belly now. It's terrible. I know I don't paint a great picture of myself. And I'm not quite as bad as I make out, you know. It's no Jabba the Hutt here. I'm not quite there, but a few more years. I mean, yeah. But then it is Easter egg, chocolate egg season, isn't it? And I've had a lot of eggs. A lot of chocolate eggs in the last month or two. Can't get them anymore. So, but I have a real need, a real want, a real for some chocolate eggs. I love Easter eggs. I don't know what it is, just love them. So, anyway, I talked about that yesterday, but you're never going to hear it because it's gone. And I never published it. It's not fair, is it? Or it might be fair. It might have been, I don't know. it might not have been very good, but who knows? But it's been sunny. The last 2 days, I sat in my friend's garden yesterday and today. Today for a lot less time, because she was having a bathroom being done and she needed to do a wee-wee. So she came back up to mine to go to the toilet. So we didn't stay there too long. Yesterday I was there for about an hour, maybe a little bit longer. Had a cup of coffee. And afterwards I just had a bit of a headache. And I thought it might be because I've had the sun shining on my head for an hour and a half, the back of my head. And I'm not really used to having the sun on me. So, yeah. And maybe the brightness is just a little bit of a shock to the system, because it's been kind of dull for a fair few months, really, generally, since like November. So now it's, even when it's not sunny, it's still fairly bright now, which I'm not complaining about. I'm just... It sounds like I'm moaning, doesn't it? I'm not moaning about the... I'll be honest, I think yesterday I let the news get to me a little bit. Yeah, so that's why I went to bed early. I had the news on. I wanted to hear, it was like 1 o'clock in the morning or whatever. We were going to find out, what was going to happen next. So I won't go into that. But I was, I don't talk about stuff like that on here, but I found it a little bit concerning. I'm trying to feel what else I got going on. Yeah, so Vietnam. If I move this out of the way and I get my website on, my laptop on, sorry, and I'll just show you what I won't show you, but I'll read it out. So yesterday's stats, right? Don't worry, I'm not going to go into like great detail, but just the geolocation. So all the stats I got, 1,410 downloads yesterday. Geolocation, 32% was Vietnam. United States was 17% and United Kingdom 9%. Now normally it's United States, then United Kingdom, in that order. And then Bangladesh was fourth. Bangladesh, then Canada, then Iraq, then Pakistan, then Australia, Uzbekistan, and they were getting like 2-3% each. So I'm getting a lot more of other countries than I normally get, which I'm grateful for, but I'm confused. And the other thing that's happened is more of my podcasts are being listened to. So for a long time, it's always been Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcast or the Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply. They've always been the top 2 podcasts to get listened to forever. Well, not forever, but for a long time. Now, yesterday, Relax and Sleep Hypnosis Daily was second. Let Me Bore You to Sleep was third. And Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply was first. Then Relaxation for Stress and Panic Attacks was fourth. Q&A Friday had loads of listens. Monday's Sleeping Boring Objects. And Sleep Hypnosis. I mean, it's like every single podcast I have was at least been listened to, pretty much. But then today, I mean, still a few hours to go. Still, I think the stats finish at 1. So what's this? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's about 6 hours left. So today, so far, 931 downloads. Let Me Bore You to Sleep is at the top. Relax and Sleep Hypnosis Daily is second. And Sleep Hypnosis, which is a very new podcast that I've got, which has only my sleep hypnosis recordings, so like the newer ones that I've done, is number 3. And you got Q&A Friday. Hypnosis for sleeping deeply is like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 down, where it's normally number 1. And the geolocation, this is for today, top one, 38% Vietnam again. Then United States, 13%. Austria, 7%. Iraq, 3%. Bangladesh, 2 nearly 3%. United Kingdom, 1.9%. Just 18. 18 downloads in my own country. And that just surprises me, because that's not... And that's between the United Kingdom, not just England. So in England, I've got Haywards Heath, Lambeth, Stroud, Eastleigh, Ascot and Manchester. So I'm wondering... that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Wonder what the most plays are. Overnight music, let me body sleep. Okay, they're the latest recordings that are getting the most views or most listens. So literally in the last 7 days, country-wise, the top countries: United States. This is the 7 days. Austria above United Kingdom. United Kingdom's 3rd. Then Australia, Norway, Canada, Denmark. That's the last 7 days. If you go to the last 30 days, United States, United Kingdom, Austria, Canada, Australia, Norway, New Zealand. And there's Belgium, Ireland, the Netherlands. But then Vietnam's not even on there, which is weird, because Vietnam is... That makes no sense. You see what I mean? Well, you don't see what I mean, can you? But Vietnam, right, isn't even on the list when I've had a lot of Vietnam listeners. It's not even on a list of the 30. But if I go to the last 7 days, it's not even there. So how can Vietnam not even be in the last 7 days when it's... That's very strange. Yesterday, Vietnam's disappeared. Oh, because I'm looking at Let Me Bore You to Sleep. That's why. Blimey. I thought I was looking at the overall stats. I do apologise. So Vietnam are not listening to the Let Me Bore You to Sleep, according to that. Blimey. Wow. Okay, here we go. So the last 30 days, Vietnam is 9%. United States, United Kingdom at the top, and then Vietnam. And then Canada, Australia, Austria. Vietnam wasn't anywhere. It just wasn't. It was on the list, but it wasn't like high up on the list. If I look at last month, I don't think Vietnam was even on there. Was it? Canada, Australia, Austria. So Austria was getting quite a few. Vietnam was. It was 1.5% last month. If I go for the last 12 months, United States, United Kingdom, so 45% is United States, United Kingdom's 22%, Canada, Australia, Ireland, Sweden. It's the same countries pretty much every year that are kind of in the top, like 10 or 20. New Zealand, I'm sure I used to get a lot more people from New Zealand listening. But Vietnam is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13th in the last year. The last 365 days. It's the 13th on the list. It keeps going like this. It's going to be number 1 in the whole, like, it's, I just find it kind of a bit unusual. The last 30 days, yeah, it's third. I can't figure it out. I'm not sure where. Maybe that's what I need to do, is find out which website is listed. If I could look at sleep hypnosis, sleeping deeply, chronic pain. I do way too many websites. Let me, boys, sleep hypnosis. So sleep hypnosis, let's see who's listening. Vietnam. Sleep hypnosis in the last 30 days. Today so far. Vietnam, Bangladesh, Iraq, Pakistan, Uzbekistan. So they're listening to the new podcast yesterday. Vietnam, top, Bangladesh, United Kingdom, Iraq, Uzbekistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, Oman, Israel. Okay, fair enough. So it's pretty much Vietnam's at the top of that one particular podcast, sleep hypnosis. Yeah. Because I wasn't getting hardly any stats for that podcast, because it's a relatively new one with new recordings. There's not even that many on there, I don't think. To be fair, I didn't even know anyone was listening. It's 157 episodes. Oops, blimey. And I'm well behind. I'm really behind as well, so I've got loads to upload as well, but I forgot. I didn't put much effort into it because I didn't think anyone was listening to it, so I can upload the new ones. So podcast statistics. I've had 1,210 total downloads of that podcast. From the 1st of March it started, 1, then 6 on the 12th of March, then the 14th, 10, then the 11th of March, 11. So it's kind of quite low numbers. And then for some reason on the 6th of March went up to 50. On the 7th of March, which was that yesterday, 39, and today 114. I don't know. It just seems, yeah, it's. I don't get it. If anyone, I think I said this yesterday, but it wouldn't have gone out. So, if anybody's listening to me in Vietnam, please let me know. Please, just because I'm trying to figure out if it's a bot, if it's real listeners listening, or I've researched and apparently it wouldn't be a bot, but it could be people listening on different places than they normally would. For example, if I look, where is it? Sources. I'm getting a lot more people listening on. So Apple Podcast still at the top for the month. But Edge is the new place where people are listening, and Chrome as well. So if I go in for the last 7 days, Edge is 45%. Although Sunday the 6th, Apple Podcasts only, and there's no Edge. Wow, I got the smallest amount of listeners I've ever had, I think, on a Sunday. But it was Easter, so I think people had other things to do. Friday was quite busy. What? 1,800 on Friday. So yeah, it's basically, today is 671 on Edge, so 72%. On Apple Podcasts it's 104, Chrome 66, Jason Newland, my website's 6 people listened on there. Well, I'm just pleased, I'm just grateful that anyone listens at all, but it might have an inquisitive mind. Yes. I also want to know, has anybody asked a question for this week's Q&A Friday? Because it's coming up. It will be here before we know it. Oh yes. Before you know it. Q&A Friday will be here. And the excitement, I can feel it in the air, can't you? I was kind of excited that the Boys, the TV show The Boys was back. And I started watching it this morning, but I didn't find myself able to really enjoy it. Probably because I'd sort of been up a lot of the night and I felt a little bit disorientated, as it were. But that will be sorted, because I will not be having an early night tonight. I reckon I'll go to bed about 11 or 12. And then, yeah, I got a few bits as well. Some food, just some milk and stuff from Uber Eats. Got that delivered earlier. I had to put the recycling out today. Other than that, I'm getting a little bit... Vinny... So the dog over the fence reacts to when Vinny barks, which is natural. I understand that. Vinny doesn't react to the dog barking over the fence now. He did, but he doesn't anymore. But Vinny's got a little bit more screamy with his barking. So instead of just rah, rah, he's like high pitched, super loud. Whenever someone at the door, which is natural to do that, but also now, if I'm on the phone and I put the phone down, he starts screaming, thinking that we're going out to see his mum, which is his favourite thing. So I literally can't stand up because he starts barking. Like, if we don't see her for a while, it's just a normal day. We'll go out for a WALK. He doesn't make a fuss. He might like try and pull at my socks and stuff like that as I'm getting ready and try and trip me up. But it's like general stuff. He doesn't scream with excitement. And that's starting the other dog off, which then starts the human. And just kind of just. So it's hard. I feel like I can't have my windows open. So I need to get something to block that window up for when I'm making recordings. Especially because I do want to do some hypnosis recordings. I do. I just haven't been able to because of the sound. And now, because it's nice weather, there's people in the garden sitting around shout talking for hours and hours. So yeah, it's kind of a little bit difficult, because if I can't make these recordings, it's the only thing that for me it's the only thing I do in a day that actually has any meaning. And if I can do that, dog's barking again. If I can do that, I feel a bit better about myself, generally. Like I've kind of accomplished something. Kind of. Let's have a drink of water. But what I did do today is... Anyway, if you got any feedback, if you think that you know why no one's listening, well, it's only today. Yesterday I had a normal UK audience. It's just today it's gone down at 18. It's very low. But I'm sure someone will say, "Oh, an opportunity to be rude to him. Let's go for it." No, I'm not offering that. I don't offer that service. That's what TikTok's for. And X. I can't believe someone wrote on X, right? This is about what's his name? Neo. What is it, Neo? He's some rapper. Kanye West. They wrote on X that something that he wrote about or something, and which was very controversial. But this person said they'd never seen anything as bad in their entire life, and they're gonna be getting off X. And I thought to myself, you only have to go onto X for about 10 minutes to see things that you should never see, that no one should ever see, which is way worse than any bit of written words that Kanye wrote. It's not a nice place, honestly. If you've not been on X, I suggest don't go on there. At least don't watch any of the videos, because there's some pretty... I mean, some of the stuff's alright, some of the stuff's funny, but it's almost like you don't know what you're going to get. And after a while you realise that it's not worth the gamble. It's like, yeah, no thanks. So yeah, I don't go on there. I was trying to post my videos on there, my latest videos, because I can post up to an hour, I think. But I try and post it without watching any other videos, because I don't want to. And also, what people write is just so. It's not the most positive place in the world, if you know what I mean. Not the most positive. Blimey. That's an understatement. Anyway, yeah, so this bloke on X said, that's it. You need to kick him off X. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, really? You need to spend more time on there. Wow. X. Because it didn't used to be like that. Twitter, it was a place for people to argue and stuff, I suppose. And it kind of became like a free speech thing, didn't it? Old Twitter X-man bloke wanted to have free speech and stuff. And which is weird, because on TikTok, right, you can do a live, and I kind of done a bit of research, and I decided it's not really for me to go on there live, because I don't get the most positive response. But people do they do watch my videos, so that's okay. So I post my YouTube videos on there. You can say certain things and not other things, and not get in trouble. And what they do is they change words so it sounds exactly the same, but just add another letter to the word, and then it's acceptable. Yet they can call each other the C word, and that's fine. And they can tell each other to shut the F up, and that's fine. And be hostile, and that's fine. But there's certain words they're not allowed to say. And for me, if you change a word, then it still has the same meaning as the word that you're changing it from. So if you're saying, instead of saying the word bloody, because some people don't like that word, you know, it's like, it used to be classed as a swear word about 60 years ago. So bloody hell. I had a girlfriend who used to say that. That was the limit of her swearing. Bloody hell. It's like, what? If you changed it to ruddy hell, which it was, so it was no longer a swear word, it's still a swear word, isn't it? Ruddy is just a replacement for bloody, therefore it's a swear word. It's, you know what I mean? It's like, if it means the same thing, then it's, I don't know. I know what I'm trying to say, I just don't know what I'm trying to say. What other thing? Yeah. So TikTok's a bit of a weird one. Facebook. I haven't really used Facebook in the way that Facebook used to be used, or the way I used to use it, for a long time, probably well over a decade, if not more. You know, when I signed up to Facebook in, I think it was 2007, maybe 2006, I lose track. But for me, probably 2006, for me it was a new thing. It replaced another place that I was using to post my videos and MP3s. The difference is you couldn't post your videos and MP3s to Facebook. You could post links. And I think that it allowed you to post like short videos, and then YouTube came along and you could only post, well, initially you could post really long videos, and then they stopped it down to 10 minutes. Then they upgraded it to 15 minutes, and then you had to hit a certain amount of viewers and stuff, and they allowed you, and you had to prove who you were, and you could then do 20 minutes, and now it's gone back to pretty much unlimited again. For a long time. But Facebook, as with all the social media places and everything that I joined, was all about promoting my recordings and my videos and stuff. And that's all Facebook was for. But I did get carried away with it a little bit, like most people did, because it was so new, really. It was, for communicating, it was way better than the previous apps or the previous like social network sites for like keeping in touch, which is why it flourished, I guess. And I didn't get, I think I might have got caught up into believing it was a real thing for a short period, and then I realised it was just a website. So all it is, just a website. And I realised, a long time back, but I could still see people acting as if it was a real life thing. So unfriending someone on Facebook was literally, to some people, as if you'd unfriended them in real life, which, however pathetic that sounds, is, it seemed a lot of people actually had that mentality, when actually it's just a website. I actually had a friend once said to me, "Why have you unfriended me?" I was talking to him on the phone. He said, "Why have you unfriended me on Facebook?" I said, "I haven't unfriended you in real life, have I?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I just phoned you. We've been talking for half an hour." "Oh, yeah." "Yeah." I said, "It's a website." "Oh." I think it got a bit confusing for him. It's like, "Oh, yeah, it's a website. It's not real. It's not, I'm not saying that I've met people on Facebook that have turned out to be lovely, and they are my friends. They're my online friends. I probably never get to see them, but they are friends. But initially, anyone that I met, back in 2006, they weren't. And I generally, there's been times when I have, but I generally don't unfriend people unless they're being rude or posting stuff on my page that's not good. Sebastian. But even then, I don't break all sources of communication. Like Sebastian, I can't let him on my face. Or is he on my Facebook page? I don't know. I think he is. But he posts stuff that he shouldn't, which doesn't actually bother me personally, but it's upset a few people over the years because he's very unnecessary. But he's still got contact with me. He still sends me messages on YouTube and still have contact. So I've not blocked him. I just occasionally had to block him from certain areas. You're not allowed in this area, Sebastian. You know where and you know why. Yeah, there was a period when I had all my friends on there, and it's like all my family, and then I realised, actually, I didn't want my friends and family in a public setting where I had thousands and thousands of complete strangers sort of kind of listening to my recordings and getting to know me a bit, and me getting to know some of them. And I realised, a long time ago, actually, I'm going to keep that separate. So I deleted people. I blocked pretty much all my family and friends. And some of them never spoke to me again. Which is weird because, if any of the other family or friends, they said, "Oh, why did you block me?" I said, "No, I'm not having family or friends on any of my social media," which is what I've stuck to. There's a couple, but they're hidden, so it's fine. But generally, if you look up my name, my surname, you won't find anyone on here that's connected to me at all. You won't find some kind of lineage of father, mother, brothers, or anything like that. Not on Facebook. Not on any social media. So that's on purpose because that's private. It's their privacy, isn't it? Because even though I'm known by... I'm a public figure to about 7 people. 7 people around the world know who I am. That's public, I think. I'm a public figure. I'm famous. Oh, I love being famous. Actually, someone did once go up to my cousin in a pub. It's one of my first cousins, but he lives the other side of the country. And he said, "Have you got a brother called Jason?" And he said, "No, not brother. Have you got a cousin? Have you got a relative called Jason?" That's probably it. "Have you got a relative called Jason?" He said, "Yeah," because he's got the same surname as me. Because his dad is my dad's brother, or was my dad's brother. And he said, "Yeah, it's my cousin." "Oh, I saw him on YouTube. He makes weird videos." Oh. And then he went and told his dad, and then he told my dad. My dad told me. No, in fact, no, I saw my uncle. Yeah, my uncle told me. This was a long time ago. This is probably 16 years ago, probably. So 17 years ago. So it was kind of like, oh. So some people some people kind of have heard of me. You've heard of me. The 4 people listening to this, you've heard of me, haven't you? Kind of. Yeah, it's Jason. Jason Newland. What I've done today, right, and I kind of wish I hadn't now because it's been a bit of a waste of time, is I got a pad and paper. So I ordered these legal pads. They're only thin, and a little pack of pens. The pens are no good. I can't believe how rubbish the pens are. You're just moaning about everything. No, it's not that. It's just they're like supposed to be good. Fine gel, paperweight, or the writing's too small for me to even read. Paper, I don't know. It doesn't, I mean, I actually had to scrape it to get, so it looks like glue on the front of it, the top of it, the nib. The nib, I like the word nib. Do you like the word nib? It almost sounds rude, doesn't it? The nib. I had to touch the nib. It's not though, is it? There's nothing rude about the word nib. Nib. Oh, I love the feeling of... I'm not... No, but it sounds a little bit saucy. Just nib. Maybe because it sounds a little bit like the beginning of nibble. Nibble. I'm going to nibble your ear. I'm going to nibble your nib. So what I decided to do is I have subscribed again to Readly, which is basically has all, but doesn't have all of them, but it has quite a few of the daily newspapers as well as magazines and stuff. So I went through the Daily Star and the People, the Daily Mirror, and no, this is today. So I went through the Daily Star, the Daily Mirror, and I think maybe the Daily Express. So I went through those, looked through the stories, and I made some notes, okay? Because I thought, okay, let's just see if I can find any nice stories. You never know, do you? It's always possible. And so I went through them, and okay, I've got to go all the way back now. What the heck? It's left it right at the last page. Right, so the Daily Star, it's a tabloid, it's similar to the Sun, which isn't on here, that's not one of the listed ones. So I've kind of made a few notes on which pages to look at. So the first one is... Right. Cindy Bill had a fall. Cindy from EastEnders had a fall, and that's not the funny bit. It's not really funny. It's just, this is something. She hurt her knee chasing her dog. What was weird about this is she said she was at home. This is the story, and I think she tweeted. Where did she posted it somewhere online. Instagram. She Instagrammed it and said, staff were great. Had a fall. I fell over trying to stop Peggy bolting out the door while staying in Norfolk. Bashed my knee. Blah, blah, blah. Staff were great. Then it has hashtag efficient, and hashtag kind. Despite apparently being very low on a hospital league table. Was that necessary? So they mentioned the hospital in there, so it's Norfolk Hospital or whatever. And I was like, really? That doesn't sound like a kind of... Can you imagine posting something online about hurting your knee, let's say? Would you mention, first of all, would you put hashtag efficient? Would you grade the service that you received? It's not a restaurant. It's not an Uber Eats delivery. And kind, hashtag kind. And then put despite the fact that they're supposed to be a bit rubbish. I just found that a bit weird. Anyone else? Anyway, I'm wondering if it's a real story. So we're on page 3. This is in the Star. Kylie's warm front. So reality star Kylie Jenner shows plenty of front as she sunbathes in a teeny weeny white bikini. Let's have a look. What was I saying? Michelle fell over in EastEnders. Oh, so Kylie. So the Keeping Up with the Kardashian star shared a string of glam pics with her 390 million Instagram fans. It says Kylie 28 was holding a glass of water in some photos. Can't see any water. But all 390 million Instagram fans, none of them noticed the water. Weird. Let's have a look back at that and to make sure I haven't got the story. I've got the story right. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, page 6. What's on page 6? Something about Christina Brinkley. Brinkley. Young at heart. So this is a good story. A nice. I mean, Kylie Jenner or whatever. That's a nice story, isn't it? It's very positive. Yeah, I don't know. Is it positive? Someone sunbathing in a bikini? I don't know. It's good for him or her or whatever. I don't know. I didn't look. Christina Brinkley. It says here, young at heart. She looks incredible at 72. She says that it's down to plenty of sunblock, vegetarian diet. Makes sense, really, doesn't it, I guess? And a sense of curiosity. A sense of curiosity. Let me just turn this over. I'm thinking maybe, I mean, yeah, good. Perhaps I should start my own alternatives to plastic surgery. Just like say, you don't need plastic surgery. Come to me. You just need to be curious. Curious, and that will change everything. Usually it's the other way around. It's not that I'm curious, it's when people meet me, they're curious as to what I am. Do you know what, right? You know, I joke about walking into the bathroom and seeing an old man, a fat old man looking at me and jumping, right? And you think, oh, it's just one of those chuck away lines that I do, and, you know, genius comedy and all that, you know. Well, my neighbour came into my bathroom today, and the same thing happened to her. She looked into the mirror and saw a fat old man. No, she looked in the mirror and she saw herself and made a jump. See? You think that I'm telling porkies, but I'm not. All the time. Sometimes I do. I expand. Sometimes I expand. Not as much as I'd like to expand. I just happen to expand in the wrong places. I was thinking about getting some Botox, but I've decided no. I'm just going to sit around being curious about what Botox would look like if I did do it. Curiosity. It's not going to make you look young. It might make you feel young. I can't imagine it's going to make me look young, being curious. But then if you feel young and you're bright and you know, it can change the way other people perceive you, can't it? Yeah. So there's a list of people. Legendary thespian Sir Ian McClellan, 86. He calls acting a child. He's acting a childish activity that keeps him in touch with his 12-year-old self. There's probably got to be something in that, you know. If you're an actor, you get to play different personalities, different characters, and it is play, isn't it? I know some people, I guess, take it super serious, and they get, you know, maybe their method, get into the method of it. But I did do drama at school. It just didn't interest me. I don't know why. I think I realised later it was because the chip shop was calling me. I had a call in to fry chips for 2 years. You know, working in theatre and on TV and in movies wasn't really my thing. I needed to fry. I needed to fry, you know, potatoes that had been sliced. That's what I needed at that time. You know, going on to like reaching my late 20s, maybe early 30s, where maybe I'd really accomplished a lot and perhaps been nominated a few times for an Oscar, then finally won. It wasn't for me. I wanted to be a security guard. I did. That's what I needed to do, be a security guard in a hospital. Page 9. This is about the... This is quite a funny story, actually. You know, at the moment there's that spacecraft in space travelling around the moon. Apparently it's the furthest we've ever been away from... human beings have ever been away from the planet, this planet. Which I don't know why. I mean, literally, 1972 apparently was the last time they ever visited the moon or went near the moon. So why haven't they, for the last 53 years, is it? The last 53 years, been getting further and further away with humans, just testing the boundaries, further and further. Like, constantly, every few months, every year, for all that time, who knows what advancement we could have had. But no. I never understood, well, I say I never understood it, I've not really thought about it until recently. All that effort to go onto the moon, which started in, I think, about 1966, when American president said, we decided to do it not because it's easier, but because it's hard. And yeah, I think he says something like that. And then by 69, it happened, apparently. So all that effort, and I imagine a fair amount of cash as well, to do that, and then just to not bother anymore. To just it's like a 5-year-old with a skateboard. Like it's the 5-year-old's life for about a month, and then don't want a bike now. I want an Xbox. It just changes, and it seems like that's what that was. Yeah, I just do wonder if we'd really gone out. I say we, like the world got together, which I think they did, to be fair. I mean, there was an International Space Station, wasn't there? Don't know if it's still there. It really kind of went out to keep pushing it and not give up. Keep pushing it. And to see how far. Because it seems that whenever a target is set, a result seems to happen. I said not every time, but that was almost impossible. It was an impossibility, really, when it was kind of, it seemed anyway, I think, when Mr. Kennedy said we're gonna go to the moon. And so I just wonders what. And then there's been other times when the whole world has kind of got together to find an answer to a particular question. So I'm just like, perhaps that could be done more. Imagine how many wonderful things could be done if everyone just got together. Focused on our familiarities, the things that we're alike. I don't know the right word to say it, but focus on what we agree on. Everyone agrees, I'm pretty sure, that they want their family to be healthy and happy. Everybody, pretty much around the world, all countries have that in common. And want illnesses to be cured. So, why doesn't everyone get together, all the best top scientists, and instead of finding new ways to do other things, maybe find new ways to help and cure. I don't want much out of the world. I just want everything to be different, that's all. See, that stuff makes sense to me, but it doesn't. I seem to be the odd one out. It's almost like there's people's belief systems are getting in the way of what they could really achieve. That's enough water, really. I gave him this treat earlier and it was huge. It was a huge treat. And he's eaten half of it now. And it was kind of a mixture of marrow and bread roll. It was a weird one. It was big, and he's been going at it on and off all day. and he's now he hasn't had any food, not during the day, but he's been eating that. When he wants food, he lets me know. He never goes without. He's got food, he's got dry food and stuff, but he hasn't had any wet food since this morning. Yeah, anyway, this space thing, they were in space and they're being filmed, of course, and that. And a jar of Nutella is just floating in the air, really clear. You can see it says Nutella on there, and there's a big jar, and that picture's pretty much, I imagine, been posted in every single country, every newspaper. And someone was pointing out that I think Nutella even said it's the best. It's like $1 billion advert. They couldn't pay enough money. They couldn't afford an advert like that. And I think they're now going to say something like the catchphrase, Nutella is out of this world. Yeah, I think they've done that. They've actually used that. Said Nutella is out of this world. And now the space people, you know, the in charge of the spaceship, whatever, they've like been very adamant, like this was not a product placement. And you think, well, why not do product placements? That would pay. You think, why don't they have adverts on the side of the rockets? Adverts on the astronauts' suits? Adidas and Puma and McDonald's, or I don't know, whatever, you know, various different adverts, which would cover the cost of the whole event, potentially. I don't know why. Right, page 11. This is a really good news story. I remember this because I need to do something about this paper. It's annoying me now. Page 11. Okay, got it. It's very small, but it's bigger in other papers. So, the headline is AI Bloody Marvel. And this is really good news for people with diabetes. Hundreds of thousands of diabetics could benefit from an AI device that can predict potential low blood sugar. Okay, it's called an AccuCheck Smart Guide, and I think you wear it like a watch or something. It monitors your glucose in your blood, and it can predict or forecast the glucose levels up to 2 hours ahead and overnight to warm of light, you know, so that you can prepare and get yourself do what you need to do. Users wear a sensor that sends readings to a phone app every 5 minutes. How amazing is that? And they started giving it to patients on the NHS in the UK, which is the National Health Service. And that's amazing. See? Good news. Yeah, Kanye West is banned. They've completely... He's not in the... They're not doing the... whatever the festival was. I've never been to a festival. I think I'd have liked it when I was a kid, like a little kid, running around and, you know, but I don't, as an adult, I can still see it would be fun in certain aspects, but no. No, it's just, I mean, especially bands, it's not really a thing. It's never, I've seen a live band like a couple of times in my life, but never gone to like a venue, you know, like a gig proper. I've been like a pub gig kind of thing, but I've never been to a live, like a large audience place, standing in a crowd of thousands. Apart from once when I went to see Pavarotti live in Hyde Park in the 90s, and I was waiting for hours and hours, and they were setting up the stage, and the royal family came and started sitting down, and it started raining, and I thought, nah. So I went home, and as I'm walking out the gates, I can hear the singing starting and Pavarotti going, wah, 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 wah. And I thought perhaps I should have stayed now, because it stopped raining by that time. It was just like a little brief bit of rain. I didn't go prepared. Yeah, I wasn't prepared. I mean, you need something. I think even though it was a free open air concert, and there was huge amounts of people there, huge. I watched it on TV. Well, I think I did watch it on TV in the evening, or played it back, because I think they showed it live. It was a Saturday afternoon or something, and it was huge. I'm not talking about his belly, because that would be rude. Yeah, it would be. The thing is, he was already obviously an international star, Pavarotti. It's obvious, you know, he was a massive star. But in this country, he was not popular. He was well loved by lots of people who loved what he did. People that were into opera, people into classical music and like listening to that stuff. But it was during the World Cup that he became like super famous in this country. Okay, because my memory is Barcelona with Freddie Mercury was the actual song. It was it was a World Cup, and it was I think it was a World or European, 1990, and Barcelona, which was Freddie Mercury and an opera singer, that was supposed to be the theme tune that the British TV channels played. Barcelona, beep 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 beep. Barcelona, beep beep beep. Barcelona. I'm thinking of that's not what I'm thinking of. Barcelona, is it? I might be thinking of the Mighty Mouse tune. Danger Mouse, Danger Mouse, Danger Mouse, Danger Mouse, Danger Mouse. Yeah, I get muddled up between Pavarotti and Danger Mouse, the cartoon. Well, that's a weird combination. Anyway, no, Barcelona, sorry, not Barcelona, not Pavarotti. Anyway, so Barcelona, Freddie Mercury, that was supposed to be the song. However, the TV channels and everything decided to play Pavarotti's do 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 do, that one, do 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 do, and it wasn't the official tune as far as I'm aware, of the World Cup. It became the unofficial tune, but it also became super popular, like in the UK, like so popular because of the World Cup. And people that would not normally, and I include myself in this, would not normally listen to that kind, opera. I've never liked opera when I was younger. I'm coming around to it a bit because I'm really I listen to a lot of classical music, and opera kind of comes along with that sometimes. Yeah, sometimes the language barrier is a bit difficult sometimes, but then other times it doesn't kind of really matter because I'm just chilling out listening to it. But Pavarotti became a superstar in the UK, but overnight. Now, he was already a superstar worldwide. He was already, one of the biggest opera singers. Again, I'm talking popularity-wise. And it's the World Cup that changed things for him in this country. And there's going to be some people think, no, he was already popular before. No, thing is, the one thing about me is I will never back down. I will always assume that I'm right, so just move on. I'm always... No, it's true. That was the case. I mean, it's not like no one knew who he was. I knew who he was. I'd seen him on TV a couple of times. These raw variety performances and stuff like that that you'd have once a year on TV, and it'd be like comedians and maybe some kids dancing and a bit from a show, like from Cats, for example, and maybe Pavarotti had come on and sing a song. That kind of stuff. So he was around. Again, when I say round, I mean around, like in the world, like not the way the world is round. I'm not saying he was round. I'm not being bodyistish. Yeah. Roundish. I mean, I'm roundish as well. We're both round. I just, if when people say, oh, the world is round, other people say, no, the world is flat. It's neither, is it? The world is bumpy. If you had a ball, right? You had a ball, a tennis ball, a round tennis, that's round. But if that was the earth, there'd be huge things sticking out of it called mountains. And it'd be huge dips. And so basically it wouldn't be round, would it? No longer would you look at it and think that's round. It's not round at all. It's almost like a crystal. It's out of shape. It's not round. The world is not round. And the idea that it's spinning like a million times a second, like, come on. Come on. People will believe anything. Anything at all. It's quite weird, it's like people say, oh, I don't believe that with certain religions. So why would I believe that? I'm into science. And you think some of the things that scientists believe, which is way out there, more out there than a lot of the religious people, believing that this happened and that happened, and that, you can tell the age of something by this, and you can, so much of it is made up. It's not made up because we use this technique to measure it. Yeah, but the technique was made up. Oh, no, but that was made from this technique. But that technique was made up as well, that you use to measure this, to make this technique, to make this measuring tool. That was made up, and you go back far enough, and we've got medication, we've got inventions that have been created from mistakes. I don't have them at hand because I haven't got my laptop on, but there are things that we use every single day, like in society, which were a mistake. They shouldn't even be. And you might be thinking, what? What, JJ, what? And I'm starting to think, what? What could it be? I don't know. Got to be something. He wouldn't make it up, would he? He's never made anything up before. He's always been completely honest the whole time. Yeah. Oh, okay. Waitrose. This was Waitrose in the UK. It's a shop called Waitrose, and it's one of like my higher end shops. And one of the staff tackled a shoplifter and got sacked from Waitrose, and it was in the newspapers, and everyone got excited, and I got semi, but and then what's happened today is Iceland, the boss of Iceland has offered this man a job at Iceland. And you think, this bloke was thinking, just when things couldn't get any worse, oh great, another retail job, less pay, because Iceland won't pay the same amount as Waitrose, I'm pretty sure. You imagine, like, you've been in all national newspapers, you're a kind of have-a-go hero. Perhaps you might even be having people whispering in your ear that there might be a book in this. There might be even a TV show. You never know. And you get a phone call from Iceland, and they say, oh, we've got an opportunity for you. And you're thinking, wow, I'm going to be a manager of a store maybe. So, yeah, we've got you in a warehouse, got you a warehouse job. I don't know. I mean, it's nice of them to do it, but I'll tell you, the job I want is the job of the person that writes these headlines. Hottest April day in 6 years. That person. They do it. Nearly every day there's a new headline. This is the wettest day in May in 4 years. And they go on 5,000 years, and it's never been this windy before. Is it just someone keeping a diary? They got like a weather diary, and they just dip into it every day, and they get paid like 40 grand a year to just do a headline and a little bit of waffle underneath. Because that's a nice job, isn't it? That's a 5 minute a day job, including sending it. $5 minutes a day, and you send it to all the newspapers. Imagine if each newspaper just pays you 40 grand. That's like unlikely, but it's probably some kind of, they share that stuff, I imagine, between them, don't they? There's so many stories very similar to each other. Gary Newman has lost 90% of his hearing. I'll be honest, I mean, I had hearing problems, so I know it's bad, but who I feel sorry for is his audience has been listening to him for the last 40 years. I don't know why. There used to be a bloke in my town where I lived, and he used to think he was Gary Newman. He'd walk around all in black, and no one knew why, including him. He actually got banned from the next town because he was walking around all in black, and apparently he was scaring the pigeons. There was a cute story about a sausage dog, and this couple are earning a living from dressing up this little sausage dog and putting pictures on Instagram and stuff, making $4,000 a month. How were they making money? I don't know, but it is a cute dog. But I thought, you know what, Vinny's cuter, and he's kind of like a sausage dog. Anyway, there's a bit here about Lisa from Friends, Lisa Kudrow or whatever, and she says she always felt like the sixth friend, the one that was least popular. Now, I don't know about you, but I didn't realise she was in the show. No, I don't know about you, but she was the funny one. She was I found the two funny people I found. I didn't find them all funny. I found them funny in situations, but like on their own. David Schwimmer could be pretty funny on his own, but it was more to do with in situations. But as far as that, just on their own, for me, I found Lisa and what's his name, Joey. So Lisa Kudrow and Joey to be the funniest, because they kind of were quirky and silly, and you know what I mean, a bit weird and perhaps a bit, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, it's just, I find those characters funniest on their own, and neither of them were trying to be funny. Maybe that's why it's funny, because they weren't trying to do any kind of humour. Like the characters were kind of quite, they were just funny, but they weren't trying to be funny. But they were quirky, like Lisa playing a guitar in a coffee place, and just it's funny, really funny character. But anyway, I don't think she was a six. I would say she was the first friend. Although that TV show was made for David Schwimmer, apparently. He was the first person. It was made around him, and everyone else kind of came in afterwards. There was, you know, the agony aunts, Just Jane, page 30. There was a thing saying, oh, my boyfriend, who I work with, he's the boss, he's sleeping with 3 other members of staff who I work with, and I want to know, why is he doing that? And Jane said, because he can. It's quite a short one, really. The Daily Mirror: drunken plane yob is jailed after he stopped a Ryanair. Like basically, he started playing up on the plane going from Poland to Bristol on a plane, and he started drinking too much, and he got out of hand, but yeah, landed safely and everything, but he got in trouble. Another passenger said he was fine until someone told him what it was like in Bristol. And that, I do believe, is it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to have to take him out. It's nearly dark. I forgot about him. I forgot he needs to go outside and stuff, because I took him out twice, and then he was in the garden, is Mummies is, and since then he's been in. So I need to take him out. I could just probably take him in the garden here, but I don't know if he needs a poo-poo. So that's me done for the day. I need to get some food in me. Some lovely food. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room. on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful.
completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax. Relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. noticing the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders. Deepening each part of your body further and deeper, and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply there's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing so very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more. Peaceful. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. peaceful energy. Peace to breathe, so much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply, and those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents sense a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like Well, you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. They didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs. Shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness. The same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles. There's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. And of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles. The strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process. Something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. Imagine now, notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. As we start to focus on your eyes, Let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing and observing the back of your neck. Feeling that energy in the back of your neck. Observing your ankles. Being aware of the physical sensations in your ankles. now your toes on both of your feet. Being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head. Not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face. Just so you can feel my hands. So you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with. Just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good. It's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine, each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is, massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. Massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. And moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, from just below your arms all the way down to your hips. Now moving to your stomach area. I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening sounds where you are. You'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy. So simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel. As well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. 89, candle 88, candle 87, candle 86, candle 85, 82, 71. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. 65. Candle 64. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. 45. Candle 42. Candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. Candle 33. Candle 31. Candle 30. Candle 29. Candle 28. Candle 22. Candle 21. Candle 20. Candle 19. Candle 17. Candle 10. Candle 9. Candle 8. Candle 6. Candle 5. candle. One. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless. mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp, where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and calmness filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful and calm, so relaxed with every second that passes. You feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit. Open and closing your hands very gently. Just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck, just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently, to observe your lower back. That back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips. And if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and then closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently and slowly, automatically, with each breath you take. As you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly, observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. The bones, just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling, maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, they're kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest. Being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly, I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation relaxation, to feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small to 7, that feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider. The gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1, the feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 that's your choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. 9. 8. 7. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now open your eyes, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing the whole of your stomach, from your navel to just above your chest, or below your chest rather. So surrounding your belly button area, that whole area, you can feel the tension of your body, whatever's left, just releasing from that area. And you may notice that your stomach will become very relaxed as I count down from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, eyes again if you choose, or you can just keep them closed because it feels relaxing. Just notice how your stomach feels. And notice as you focus, just do a little scan of your body. Just notice how your body feels. Focusing on your upper body, your back, chest, stomach, legs, arms, hands, feet. Just noticing. And you may start to feel more of a sense of tiredness, which may be the reason you're listening to this recording, because you would like to let go completely of everything and drift off into a nice, natural, calm, relaxing sleep. So now we're going to focus on your forehead. And if you choose, you can incorporate your eyes in this focus as well. So your forehead and your eyes. Just that whole area, basically. Almost as if you were wearing a mask, like a Batman mask or something. Or I'm trying to think, Zorro or something. The kind of mask that covers your eyes, but also covers quite a lot of the forehead. And focusing on that area, because that's the area that we're now going to release tension and stress from your mind, from your brain and from your mind, and any tension that you may have remaining in your face, in your neck, in your jaw, in your eyes, your forehead, or your scalp. So basically any tension within your head area, including your mind and your brain. And that's going to be released through your forehead and your eyes. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Noticing as you scan your face, your jaw, your eyes, your cheekbones, your ears, your forehead, your scalp, and your neck, noticing, being aware of the comfort, the increased feeling of relaxation, not just in your head and neck and mind, also the rest of your body. Just notice how loose and calm you feel, and how easily it is to just let go completely. Let go completely. How easily. So what we're going to do now is I want you to focus on the top of your head. And we're going to allow every last piece of tension or stress that might be lingering or hiding in your body or mind or head to just be sucked out at the top of your head and released into the air, almost sucked out into the clouds. Imagine a big cloud above your head, almost like a whirlpool, and it's just going to suck that tension out of the top of your head and just take it away for good. As you focus, imagine an opening in the top of your head where that tension and stress and any remaining issues, maybe worries or concerns that are of no use to you now, can all be sucked out of the top of your head and taken away. As I count down again from 20 down to 1. Now, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And breathe, noticing how you feel physically and mentally feel right now. How peaceful your mind feels. It feels so nice to just let go, to give yourself some space to breathe easily, to think calmly, and just to take a break from all that pointless worry and concerns about things that you don't need to think about right now, because this is your time to let go. This is your space to enjoy feeling deeply relaxed, peaceful in your mind, relaxed in your body. It can feel so good, so nice to just not have to do anything, to be able to really enjoy that serenity that comes with letting go completely, that peacefulness that comes with being in this peaceful space. And you can keep this sense of calmness for as long as you choose. If you choose to drift off into a deep, healing, natural sleep, then you can do that. It's completely up to you. And you can keep this feeling of calmness physically and in your mind for as long as you choose to feel completely relaxed. Completely relaxed. And I'd like you to make up your mind that you're going to relax. And I want to explore that with you, what it feels like when you actually decide that you're going to relax. Not forcing yourself, but giving yourself that. I guess it is a command, really, isn't it? When you're telling yourself, relax. In a gentle but firm way that only you can really tell yourself in that way. You can't really have someone else saying to you, now relax, relax, you know. It needs to be gentle, but someone else can't really have the same kind of influence or power that you have over your own physicality, over how you feel. Because when you say it to yourself, it means more. It's personal, and your brain and your unconscious mind and your body listens to what you say. So, for example, we'll test it out. We'll do a little test, a few little tests along the way, and you can get more of an idea of the force, the positive force that you can have in creating a sense of comfort and relaxation in your body and your mind quite quickly, just by you telling yourself to relax. So I'm going to start by, let's focus on your hands. So focus on your hands and just tell your hands to relax. So just say relax as you focus on your hands. You could say, my hands are relaxed, or I want my hands to relax. But I think if you actually do it directly, by focusing and imagining that your hands can hear what you're saying, like they've got little ears, which is a bit weird. So talking to your hands and just say, relax. Noticing how your hands start to relax. Now focus on your eyes and tell your eyes to relax. So you're just saying the same word, relax. And find the right tone for you. I might say relax, but you might say relax or relax. You might say it differently to yourself, and that's important for you to gauge what feels right for you. So just tell your eyes to relax whilst focusing on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows, and just tell your eyes directly, relax now. Now I just did that myself, and sometimes you may feel that you need a bit more time for the different parts to relax, because I start talking again and maybe that part hasn't relaxed fully. But what will happen is it will just continue to relax even though I'm talking. And that's happening with my eyes. Something else I noticed is when I started focusing on my eyes, they actually they got worse before they got better in a way. Sort of, I felt a degree of tension growing in my eyes and then disappearing. So I think what that was really was just me becoming more aware of the tension that was already there, that I wasn't focusing on it before. So I wasn't really acknowledging it or really conscious to those feelings. Yeah, my eyes are still continuing to relax, as well as my hands actually. My hands have got a certain kind of energy, like not buzzing, but I can kind of feel a degree of energy in my hands. Maybe that's where the tension's being released. Maybe that's causing that. next part, I think we should focus on the back of the neck. That's a part which quite often, well, for me, holds tension. I don't know about for yourself, but I think it's quite a standard place where tension is sometimes held. So, and I'm doing exactly what you're doing as you do it as well. So I'm telling my body parts to relax as well. So if you tell your neck, the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck and just say, relax, in your own words, in your own tone, in your own voice. You can say out loud or you can just say it to yourself internally. But you're focusing and you're saying it literally to the back of your neck, as if the back of your neck can actually hear what you're saying. So do that now. Just say relax to the back of your neck, and I'll do the same. Now what I noticed, and you may have had a similar thing, is even though I was focusing on the back of my neck, other parts started to, I don't know, show themselves to me, or maybe because they want to be relaxed as well, but I started noticing the feelings in my shoulders, the tension in my shoulders and in my upper back. Whether that was because my back of my neck was saying, well, I'm pretty much okay. It's the other parts that need attention. But my back of my neck is still relaxing. But I just became more aware of other parts that needed attention. Now this might happen, and it's not, it doesn't mean that it's going wrong. It just means you're being notified of more places that also want to feel relaxed. So I'm going to focus on my upper back. So you can do the same. Even if you don't have any feelings of tension that are obvious in your upper back, you just focus on your back and the whole area from your shoulder blades down to the middle of your back, down your spine. I mean, with me, it's more the shoulder blades that are more, yeah, that's the parts that are really sort of giving me the nod that it needs relaxing. So I'm just going to ask that part to relax. And you can do the same now. Relax your upper back. Something strange happened there, and this often happens. I've been doing this for 16 years or something, and often, I don't know why I'm surprised, but amazed really, that there can be a feeling. So when I was focusing on the back of my neck, my upper back was starting to feel quite stressed and in need of attention. as soon as I started talking to you about my upper back and talking about, getting ready to ask the upper back to relax, my upper back already started to relax. It's almost as if it doesn't need to hear the words, just needs the attention. Just needs to be noticed. And that is something that often happens in this type of situation, is when you start to relax a couple of parts of your body, as we've done with our hands, our eyes and our eyelids, and now back of the neck, top of the back, upper back. The rest of the body seems to just take notice and decide in its own way to start relaxing. Other parts of your body start to just become looser. I suppose it's kind of like a bit of an avalanche, The little ball starts rolling, and before you know it, the whole of your body is completely relaxed and calm. And if you focus on your face, you focus on your eyes, your eyelids, your eyebrows, and the muscles around your eyes. Maybe you start to notice that your forehead is more relaxed than it was. Maybe your face is more relaxed. I would say my entire face is a lot more relaxed than it was. So we're going to focus now on your shoulders. Again, just like before, just tell your shoulders. I mean, you can do them individually. You can do right shoulder, left shoulder. I just generally do both at the same time. And just tell your shoulders as you focus on them in your mind. Focus on how they feel. Maybe you can see them in your mind's eye. And just tell your shoulders to relax. It feels nice as they relax. But I do notice, probably especially with my back, is the connection between the different parts. The back, the shoulders, the neck. Being all connected and being such a large part of your body. It's almost hard to separate them from each other. I mean, my lower back has started to relax on its own. too slow. And that could be an issue because we all go at different speeds. And the idea at the beginning of this recording was for you to be able to just say to yourself, relax. Without focusing on any particular part of your body. Because when you know that telling your hands to relax, and your hands relax, you tell your eyelids and your eyes, the muscles around your eyes and your eyebrows to relax. And they relax. You tell the back of your neck to relax. And it relaxes. You tell your upper back to relax. And it relaxes. You tell your shoulders to relax. And they relax. And when you told your hands to relax, they relaxed and they continued to relax. When you told your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyebrows to relax, they relaxed and continue to relax. When you told the back of your neck, focus on the back of your neck, and told it to relax. It relaxed and continued to relax. When you told your upper back to relax, it relaxed and continued to relax. As with your shoulders, you told your shoulders to relax and your shoulders relaxed and continued to relax. And it's not just that, it's that the rest of your body has also been listening, and that relaxation has been spreading. So from your eyes, the relaxation spread to your forehead, around your face, into your skin, sides of your neck, all the way down your chest and stomach. Your relaxed hands and shoulders meet up through your arms, relaxing. Your forearms, your upper arms, your elbows, your wrists, letting go. Your lower back, your hips, buttocks, groin, all just start to relax or continue. Even more comfort spreading through your legs, all the way down to your ankles, the tops of your feet, the sides of your feet, and the bottoms of your feet. Relaxing into your toes, each toe relaxing, calm, loose. And as your body relaxes more, your mind becomes slower, more peaceful, to the point where if you choose to fall asleep, you can easily do that. Easily drift away, because there's nothing going on in your mind. Your brain is peaceful. Your body continues to relax. And with that connection between your body relaxing and the word that you say to yourself, relax, means that you don't need to focus on just one part. You can just focus on your entire body. Saying the powerful word, relax. 70,